Thank you for joining us once again for today's qualifying session. Sit back, relax, and enjoy what we hope will be a fantastic contest for pole position. So then, Ant, it's another Grand Prix weekend, another exciting qualifying session ahead of us. What are you going to be looking out for over the next few minutes?
The first question is going to be who can avoid making mistakes. There isn't much margin for error in qualifying, and you have to bear in mind that the track conditions may have changed since practice, particularly as we've had a few support races in the meantime. If the brake bias settings, for example, don't take this into account, it's extremely easy to lock up a front wheel and cause a flat spot. Just like that, your lap's ruined, and you've wasted a set of tyres to boot.
It's a bit disappointing, but we just need to push hard in the race and we can still come away with something.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our...
Bad luck in qualifying. That's not exactly ideal. But there's no points for Saturday. Keep a cool head and make up for it in the race.
What a beautiful backdrop to a motor race. We're here in the Styrian Mountains, of course, and they've watched over some cracking races throughout the history of this Grand Prix. Controversy, of course, think back to 2002, but also great joy. Do you remember Niki Lauda's historic home victory in 1984? It's a short lap here in Spielberg with just 10 corners, 7 rights and 3 lefts, making up the total distance of 2.6 miles. And expect to see a lot of cars running wide today, especially through the last corner, as the wet conditions make the cars skittish through the downhill sections. A warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's beside me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great podium in the last race, so can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he starts from pole position. And Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Weber, Perez, Mir and Hülkenberg, Bottas, Raikkonen, Russell and Kevin Magnussen, Ricciardo, Giovinazzi, Charles Leclerc and Sainz, Vettel, Kubica, Alexander Albon and Roman Grosjean. Gasly, they've taken a grid penalty. And Lando Norris starts from the back of the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Let's go for the win today. Okay, you need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. Start, but don't overreact. We can salvage this. is 9.6 seconds. They're on fresh wets. They're in second. The time last lap was a 1 minute 24.3. expecting the rain to get better in around 5 minutes. Light rain in 5 minutes' time. Trailing our teammate by 8.1 seconds. Situation, but I don't think we have cause to move on to a different tyre yet. Passing, we're seeing light rain about 2 minutes away. Full wets seem like the best tyre for now. Gap to the car ahead is 2.0 seconds. Nice work, that brings you up a place. consensus in the garage is that it's probably about time for the slick tyre now. It will be slippery, but it will probably be quicker. Some information on Hulkenberg. They're retiring from the race. Strategy is available on the MFT. Understood, copy that. Lewis is in for a stop. Racing on the exit. Go now. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. You'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. This rain clearing up is about 10 minutes, so just keep your concentration out there. Behind is 2.4 seconds. is 4.1 seconds. Gap to teammate ahead is 7.2 seconds. Left of this rain, then we think it's going to dry up. 10 minutes. Inters seem like the fastest tyre for now. Verstappen's out in front. Okay, you're in the top 10. The car behind is dropping back by about 3/10 a lap. Looks like some of those puddles are clearing. We're still on the right time for the time being, but we're not a million miles away from slick conditions. Let me know you're okay. Engine off, engine off. Okay, that was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. The gap behind us is 2.2 seconds. Let me know you're okay. Are you alright? Engine off, engine off.
Red Bull pulling out all the stops today. What a great win. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, keeping their tyre temperatures up in the tricky wet conditions was really important. There's not much grip out there at the best of times, and it's 10 times worse if you're out there on cold tyres. So the way they kept the rubber in its proper operating window was a huge advantage today.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win. Let's see how the drivers' standings have changed. Lewis Hamilton takes the lead of the Drivers' Championship. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
Charles Leclerc showed exactly how to manage yourself out on the track today. He was almost flawless out there. Incredible stuff.
Let's move on to the constructors. The lead at the top comes down after a strong weekend from the challenging pack. Another team that will be satisfied with this Grand Prix is Alfa Romeo, whose good result moves them further up the championship. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Bad luck today. That must be incredibly disappointing. You had the pace, but your car couldn't quite keep up, could it? You're no longer in the top spot. Are you hoping to regain it? Not a good race for Lucas. Your car is looking a little beaten up. What happened out there today? Great. Well, that's everything.
Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
Here we are then, waiting for the green light to get qualifying underway for the British Grand Prix. And as we count down to that green light, I have to say, Anthony Davidson, that this rain is not showing any signs whatsoever of abating. I imagine we'll be looking at some last-minute setup changes to better adapt these cars to the conditions. What do you think?
The trouble is, Crofty, they need to be thinking about the race tomorrow. You don't want to go jacking up the ride heights and piling on a few points of extra downforce that you're not going to want in the Grand Prix itself. The Parc Fermé regulations mean that you have to make that choice. The best thing the drivers can do is adapt with the tools they have available in the cockpit. Moving the brake bias forward will help stop the rear end slipping out under braking, and opening up the differential can really help tame the oversteer on corner exit. The drivers that can make best use of these techniques will have the best chance for success here today.
Further back than we'd like, but don't worry about it. Just means more fun for us tomorrow.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Hamilton, Verstappen and Mir. Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow as we head into the grid.
So, unfortunately, we've picked up some grid penalties, and we'll be starting further back than you expect. As for how bad it is, that'll depend on what the other drivers get.
The pain of parting is nothing to the joy of meeting again. And how joyous indeed it is to be back at Silverstone once more for the British Grand Prix. The queues to get in this morning extended miles back down the A43, such as the enthusiasm for Formula One in this country. The 3.6 miles of the Silverstone circuit in Great Britain is hallowed ground to the Formula One faithful. We have 18 corners that wrap around this former World War II airbase and some good passing opportunities at the end of the DRS zones. Anthony Davidson joins me again for the race today. Now, can I get your take on Max Verstappen? That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Hülkenberg, Valtteri Bottas and Norris, Leclerc, Russell, Vettel and Lucas Faber, Gasly, Raikkonen, Mir. They'll be starting further back after an earlier grid penalty, and Ricciardo, Albon, Sainz, Antonio Giovinazzi and Robert Kubica, Magnussen and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down. Expect a lot of understeer unless we... Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. A new strategy is available on the MFT. Go, go. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tires. That move was illegal. Return the position. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Is 21.4 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:39.4. Okay, gap ahead is 13.5 seconds. We're trailing our teammate by 28.9 seconds. They're on fresh softs. They're in first. The time last lap was a 1:36.0. Gap to teammate ahead is 28.4 seconds. P13, P13. Ricardo is ahead of you. Our gap to the car in front is 5.0 seconds. They're on old softs. Giovinazzi behind. The gap is less than a second. They're on fresh softs. Okay, gap to leader, 18.9 seconds. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. 7 laps to go. Recommend you box for a new one. Check. Verstappen has the lead. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. The gap to the car ahead is 2.0 seconds. Lewis is in the pits. Let me know you're all right. Green flag. Let me know you're okay. Let's try and take those places back. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. laps of fuel remaining. Has dropped out of the race. Is 1.9 seconds. This is your final lap of the race. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
So, another fantastic victory for Red Bull today. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. Mia takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
Well, it's got to be Kevin Magnussen. He displayed exceptional skill out on the track today and wasn't afraid to fight his way through the pack.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. It was a tough race for our championship leaders who lose ground at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Renault move up the table with another strong performance this weekend. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. You were cutting your way through the field during the race. You're leading the championship. Are you happy to be there or feeling the pressure? There was quite a lot of contact today, wasn't there? That was an epic battle today. How do you think this will play out? Great. Well, that's everything.
What do you think of this one?
Welcome back to qualifying, where we're waiting for the lights to turn green in the pit lane to signify the start of the session here at the Hockenheim Ring for this weekend's German Grand Prix. This is a track that tends to ask quite a lot of the tyres, both front and rear. So is it fair to say a great deal of management will be needed in order to do well here?
Tyre wear is always something you have to consider to a certain degree. Finding a good car balance that suits the circuit will help prolong the life of the tyre, but it's true that some circuits, such as this one, are more challenging than others. How hard you can push them depends on your strategy and how tight the battle is around you.
Sorry about that. Just wasn't our day.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three: Verstappen, Hamilton and Sergio Perez. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be live and uninterrupted for the Grand Prix tomorrow, so make sure you join us then.
Obviously, I expected a better session, but these things happen from time to time. Try to make up for it in the race.
There's nowhere at all I'd rather be today than here at Hockenheim for the German Grand Prix. We have an incredibly competitive field this year, which means we should be in for a treat. And judging by the sea of people filling the grandstands, there's a fair-sized chunk of Germany that agrees with me. We're racing in the Rhine Valley this weekend at the home of many of the sport's finest competitors. The 2.8-mile Hockenheim ring requires precision through the technical stadium section and great raw speed down the long, flat-out curve towards the popular overtaking zone of the Turn 6 hairpin. Watch out for a lot of wheel-to-wheel action there today. And with me, as usual, is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mia. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
It's been a really solid year so far. There have been some incredible standout performances, but what's really impressed me has been the consistency. With this kind of form, I'm expecting another great race today.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Young superstar Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Perez, Mir, Lucas Faber and Hülkenberg, Magnussen, Albon, Russell and Pierre Gasly. Raikkonen, Bottas, Carlos Sainz and Vettel, Leclerc, Norris, Robert Kubica and Daniel Ricciardo. Giovinazzi and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, the run into turn 1 isn't too long, so the pack will be bunched up. Engine off, engine off. Box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Come in at the end of this lap. complete. Go now. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Race officials have enabled DRS. Okay, we have an issue with the control electronics box. That's going to do additional damage to all other power unit components. Great maneuver. You made it look easy. is in P10 at the moment. The gap is 21.4 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:23.7. pit stops. There's 13 laps of fuel remaining. Trailing our teammate by 50.3 seconds. Okay, gap ahead is 3.1 seconds. Lewis is in for a stop. Someone's come off ahead of you. There's a yellow flag ahead. The track is clear. Green flag. Is stopping now. Our gap to the car in front is 14.7 seconds. DRS is offline. The rear wing is... The gap to the car ahead is 8.6 seconds. A good distance between yourself and the car behind. The gap is 30.2 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 22.2. You're catching the car ahead, but remember, we need to get to the end of the race on these tyres. 5 laps of fuel remaining. Who we're really fighting today, Hulkenberg and Hamilton. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
So, another excellent win from Ferrari. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
I really feel the track layout combined with the track temperatures we saw today suited their car. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, and the driver did a great job managing that as well. They just look so comfortable out there. It's like anything, it always looks so easy when it all just clicks.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. And now let's take a look at the drivers' standings. Lewis Hamilton takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after an excellent result. Now let's discuss, Ants, who would you say is a contender for Driver of the Day?
My driver of the day has to be, no question, Antonio Giovinazzi. Such an assured drive from one of the sport's newer stars, and a performance he can be very, very proud of.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
Bad luck out there today. Let's talk about it. You've been overtaken in the championship. Are you feeling the pressure? Your former teammate had a rough time out there and wasn't able to finish. That's got to be frustrating for him. Well, thanks anyway.
The excitement is starting to build here at the Hungaroring as the lights are about to go green for today's qualifying session. We expect some cars out on track any moment now. It always looked like the kind of track that asks an awful lot of the rear tyres, such as the frequency of low-speed exits.
No matter how good a driver is at managing their throttle application to limit rear slip, they can't always overcome a car that's inherently bad at looking after its rear tyres. Here we have a lot of low-speed corner exits, which means a whole load of energy, heat and tyre wear.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
It's always wonderful to come back to the lively Hungaroring. A popular destination this, nice and close to the beautiful city of Budapest, with some exciting racing to boot. Who can forget Michael Schumacher pushing his old teammate Rubens Barrichello up towards the pit wall in 2010, or those great races of 2014 and 2015 as well. Located 12 miles northeast of the Hungarian capital Budapest, the 14 corners of the Hungaroring are steeped in history and prestige. Overtaking has always been difficult on this technical 2.7-mile circuit, but the last few years in particular have turned up some exceptional races. Let's hope we're in for another one here today. With the Grand Prix nearly upon us, Anthony Davidson is by my side once again to offer his perspective. Why don't we discuss McLaren? What do you make of their performance so far this season?
Well, the atmosphere within that team seems very positive at the moment. Everyone seems like they're in great spirits and having a lot of fun doing what they do, and that's definitely contributed to the performances we've seen.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Weber, Charles Leclerc and Hülkenberg, Norris, Bottas, Albon and Pierre Gasly. Mir, they've taken a grid penalty. Ricciardo, Kevin Magnussen and Russell. Raikkonen, Grosjean, Sebastian Vettel and Carlos Sainz. Kubica and Antonio Giovinazzi starts from the back of the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Not a great starting position for us, but hopefully we can improve the situation throughout. Some information on Norris, they are out of the race. Damage to your wing, damage to... start, but don't overreact. We can salvage this. Great pass. Issue with the control electronics box. That's going to do additional damage to all other power unit components. Entering lap 3 now, DRS has been enabled. Green flag. on the mediums. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Copy. Okay, clear. Boxing this lap. Give us the best in lap you can. Release. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. We've been awarded. Lewis is in the pits. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. Plus one lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1. Weber. They have an issue with their car. They're going to be slow. Okay, clear. Some information on Weber. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Lewis is in the pits. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Lewis is in for a stop. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, you have wing damage. This will be a major performance impact unless you box for a new one. Confirmed. Exit now. Okay, we're monitoring somewhere on the ICE. Be aware that we will start to see a loss of power. You're now in P30. cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Gap to car in front is 5.8 seconds. Alright, so we've been... between you and the car behind is increasing by a significant amount each lap. Good job. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Green flag. Okay, some information on Bottas. They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring. race is strong, but be aware your tyres need to go the distance. This is your final lap of the race. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Not good enough at all. Let's push harder next time, okay?
Brilliant stuff from Red Bull today. What a superb victory. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Taking care of the car was absolutely vital today. It's been obvious all weekend that the pace was there, but look at the attrition rate we've had. They would have been very concerned about any minor anomaly towards the latter stages of this Grand Prix.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work and they should be proud of the victory they secured here. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. Sergio Perez takes the position of points leader in the Drivers' Championship. Let's focus on the driver of the day, Anthony Davidson. Who do you pick?
Well, there's no question in my mind, it has to go to George Russell. What a performance. He's got every right to be proud of what he accomplished out there today.
Let's move on to the Constructors. The current championship leaders still hold top spot, but that gap is getting smaller. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. It was more like dodgems than Formula 1 today, wasn't it? You had a bit of contact today. Who was at fault then? Great. Well, that's everything.
I told you, if you carried on as you were, and you didn't start putting in the kind of performances the team expected, you were going to lose your drive. Well, it's happened. As of today, you are no longer an employee of this organization. Lucky for you, one of us is competent. I found you an option elsewhere, and I suggest you take it if you want any hope of salvaging this so-called career of yours. Let's consider the benefits of moving to another team. Welcome to your new team. McLaren are one of the most successful teams in the sport, and they've reinvented themselves over the past few years. They demand excellence from all areas of their organization, and they'll expect you to integrate yourself and get up to speed from the first race.
Let's see what effect this result has had on the drivers' standings. After an incredible performance, Lewis Hamilton secures the top spot in the Drivers' Championship. Some amazing talent out on the track today, but Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
Well, Lance Stroll would be my pick. He managed to keep a cool head today whilst pushing through the field.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motor.
Commiserations on that result. It's been a tough weekend. Looks like one of your rivals has also...
Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. It's a great result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
Well, for me, it's got to be Lewis Hamilton. The multiple world champion may be the boring choice at this point, but you can't argue that he's a driver deserving of his reputation.
It's time to check out the Constructors' standings. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. Meanwhile, good work from Racing Point this weekend, who pushed themselves further up the order. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend of Formula One. Be sure to join us for the next one.
That's very disappointing. I know...
All right, listen up, everyone. They've announced that the technical regulations are changing for next season. Now there's a risk a lot of our hard work could be undone if we're not careful. So let's figure out how to mitigate this. Drivers, take a look at the developments we have and let us know what you want to invest in protecting. Alright everyone, let's get on top of this.
It's time to remind ourselves of our top. So let's review the updated driver standings. It's a great result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table.
Well, let's hope for a better race next time out, eh?
So, let's review the drivers' standings. It's a great result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. Now, let's...
Commiserations on that result. It's been a tough weekend. Let's consider the benefits of moving to another team. Okay, everyone's happy with that proposal and we're locked in. From the next race weekend, welcome to your new team. As you're well aware, Mercedes have been mighty over the past few years, so there's going to be a lot expected of you right from the start.
and a very warm welcome to the Japanese Grand Prix, an event that has decided a Drivers' Championship 11 times over the years and has hosted some very memorable races as well. Who can forget Kimi Raikkonen's win from 17th on the grid in 2005, or Kamui Kobayashi's incredible drive to a podium in 2012. We're southwest of the city of Nagoya today at the unique figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit. 3.6 miles and 18 corners make up a lap here, with average speeds approaching 136 miles per hour. DRS will be available, of course, into the potential passing opportunity at turn 1, although the best place for overtaking will be through 130R and into the final chicane. Anthony Davidson is here once again for today's Grand Prix, and we're just discussing the new driver lineup. Let's talk about Mir. They've just moved to Mercedes. How do you think they'll get on?
Well, I think this came as something of a surprise to most of us, but it could end up being a bit of a coup for the team. Getting a driver with experience higher up in the field might just be the boost they need, and I'm sure they'll be a big asset as the team continues to develop their car.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he starts from pole position, and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Stroll, Perez, Kevin Magnussen and Hülkenberg, Sainz, Gasly, Russell and Sebastian Vettel, Norris, Bottas, Kimi Raikkonen and Ricciardo, Leclerc, Grosjean, Robert Kubica and Alexander Albon. They'll be starting further back after an earlier grid penalty. Weber and Mir, and with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
5 races remaining and you've still got a chance of winning the World Drivers' title. Let's grab a solid points that front wing. It'll need replacing if it takes too much damage. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Go now. these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Got that confirmed? You need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. To the car in front is 31.8 seconds. Gap to the car ahead is 24.5 seconds. Gap to teammate ahead is 40.4 seconds. seconds. Nico is in for his stop. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. You've been awarded a time penalty for that last incident. Nice move. Is coming to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. races above objective. Hang on to this as long as you can. So we've been looking at the damage, and we think you should be okay to continue. It'll cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race. This is your final lap of the race. Green flag. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. Finish. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari. Let's have a quick look at how the driver's standings have changed. It's a great result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
I have to give it to Mia. They fought so hard and had incredible pace at times, so I don't think anyone else did a better job today.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari continued to extend the gap at the top of the table. After an event like that, who knows what the sport...
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. You really cut your way through the field today. What was your... You're breaking all expectations. What's your... I've heard rumours that you're interested in moving to this team. Is there any truth to that? Would you say the championship is already won at this point? Appreciate your time.
If it were me, this is probably what I'd invest in. I recommend we could go for something like this.
The air may be thin here in Mexico City, the atmosphere is anything but. The crowd have been chanting and singing, not just this afternoon, but throughout the entire weekend. There's a great love for Formula One here, and no small amount of expectation. Let's hope today's Grand Prix can meet it. At 2,285 metres above sea level, the thin air of the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez poses a unique challenge, not just to a driver's skill, but to the efficiency of their engines as well. 17 corners make up a lap of this 2.6-mile circuit, and you can expect incredible speeds in excess of 220 miles per hour, and overtaking too into the hard braking zones of turns 1 and turn 4. Anthony Davidson, thanks for joining me once again for the Grand Prix. Why don't we kick off by discussing Max Verstappen? As ever, the threat of unreliability is never far away, and indeed they'll be starting out of position today due to a power unit component change. So it's going to be a difficult task to move forward from there.
But on the bright side, at least those fresh components can help them maintain the power they need to come through the pack. I expect to see them take a more aggressive approach today to make up for the compromised start.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. It's Sergio Perez on pole position today, and it's Kevin Magnussen in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Weber, Lance Stroll, and Sainz, Gasly, Albon, Hülkenberg, and Charles Leclerc. Verstappen, they've taken a grid penalty. Vettel, Lando Norris, and Raikkonen, Bottas, Russell, Robert Kubica, and Daniel Ricciardo. Mir and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can... Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Okay, you need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. That's a good start. Keep it up. Fastest lap for the race. box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Okay, we can take you this lap. Green flag. Is in the pits. Go, exit now. We're racing on the exit. Go, go, go. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Box 2, fuel to mix to. Okay, clear. Charles in P10 at the moment. The difference is 15.2 seconds. They're on old softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:24.6. Okay, gap ahead is 2.2 seconds. is in the pits. You're in 8th place. Stroll is ahead of you. Our gap to the car in front is 23.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Magnussen is behind you. Okay, the gap behind is 1.5 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Our gap to first place is 32.0 seconds. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. 8 laps to go. Keep managing your tyres. Manage your tyres. Yellow flag. Is dropping back. We're seeing a gap form. Green flag. You've been pushing your luck on the track limits too much. We've been given a 3-second penalty. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Seems they fixed whatever the problem was. They're coming back up to speed. is illegal. Return the position. Okay, you're in the top 10. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Okay, this is Jeff. I need you to stop cutting the corners. If you keep it up, the stewards will award you a penalty. We've been awarded a time penalty. It'll go against our finishing time at the end of the race. In this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix too soon. This is your final lap of the race. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. If you don't behave yourself from now on, we're going to end up disqualified. The gap to the car ahead is 2.6 seconds. The car ahead has front wing damage. We'll be lacking downforce. Keep pushing. Top job, my friend, top job. I was a bit worried about this one at the start of the weekend, but you've pulled through. Thank you.
Ferrari have really pulled it out of the bag today. It's a great win. Talk to me, Ant. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Staying out of trouble was probably the most important factor here. In a race where half the field weren't classified at the checkered flag, you were able to guarantee a good result by basically keeping the car running. With their pace and a decent strategy as well, I don't think the race was ever really in doubt.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again. Let's see how the driver standings have changed. It's a great result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. Some amazing talent out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Mia. They did a great job at getting the most out of their tyres without losing pace, something that's a very handy skill to have in modern-day Formula One.
Let's move on to the constructors. So then, Ferrari have now moved out of sight and out of reach. It's another triumph for the Italian team as they claim the World Constructors' Championship. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. Did you struggle to get through all that traffic today? Your team must be ecstatic with how you're performing. Is not being able to finish a race like Lucas did today. There was some contact between you two. What? Appreciate your time.
After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
It's got to be Lando Norris, hasn't it? Smooth, confident and assured. I've got no doubt that he and his team are going to be over the moon with his performance today.
The Constructors' Championship may be a foregone conclusion at the moment, but regardless, let's look at the standings. So then, Ferrari have now moved out of sight and out of reach. It's another triumph for the Italian team as they claim the World Constructors' Championship. It was also a strong Grand Prix from Haas F1 this weekend. Fantastic work from the American team to move themselves further up the table. And with that, we wrap up.
What do you think of this one?
This result narrows the gap between our championship leader and the rest of the standings. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Mia.
So then, Ferrari have now moved out of sight and out of reach. It's another triumph for the Italian team as they claim the World Constructors' Championship. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend of Formula One. Be sure to join us for the next one.
If it were me, this is probably what I'd invest in.
Not the result our points leader wanted, but it certainly makes things interesting going forward. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
It's an interesting one today. On balance, I think I have to call out Alexander Albon. A really solid drive from him today, and one that he and his team should be proud of.
Nothing can challenge the leaders of the Constructors' Championship at this point. But, so then, Ferrari have now moved out of sight and out of reach. It's another triumph for the Italian team as they claim the World Constructors' Championship. It was also a strong Grand Prix from Haas F1 this weekend. Fantastic work from the American team to move themselves further up the table. Well, Ants, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
I think seeing as it's the end of the season, now is a good time to talk about your less than ideal record this year. My job is to negotiate on your behalf, but you're not giving me much to work with here. Plus, this isn't exactly doing my career any good. So I need you to shape up, for both our sakes. Good thinking. Maybe there are better options elsewhere. Our proposal has been accepted, so start saying your goodbyes. You'll be moving to the new team for the next race weekend. I hope you're ready to get another season started. Let's try and improve on last year. Welcome to your new team. Renault are a championship-winning outfit, and they've been methodically working to get back to those winning ways. Raw talent isn't enough here. This is a team that values someone who can dedicate themselves completely to achieving their goals.
I recommend we could go for something like this.